who are believing that the fiat money is backed by, the John F. Kennedy executive order, the Gold and Silver Dollar Act, or some other economist will say no, it's backed by the petrodollar, the oil. And then you have another economist that says no, the money is backed up by the military, and then how do you determine the value from that? And you'll keep having a circle of different experts and different people saying no, this will be the newest thing. Look what's going on with Bitcoin. Like, you had the people that are talking about Bitcoin was be the next biggest thing, it's gonna crash the market, and now it's the one crashing. But as far as it goes, like, what I'm stating is that our entire country is collapsing, and you can see the fundamental infrastructure, you can see the inflation's going up. You can see the supply and demand. These sanctions aren't working. These things that I'm stating are going to collapse, but not like yeah, not like tomorrow. Like you're not going to have any money. But there, you can look at some of the the banks' conversation that they wanting to remove physical currency and move in this digital currency. So, and that's where it's like where it gets into that whole Black Mirror shit. If you remember what they did with the truckers, the truck.
I never. Oh yeah, the Canadian truckers. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, where they just froze their
Yeah, that
account.
was wild, bro. That was fucking wild. I mean, if you don't wake up when you see that, so many people don't even know that happened, and there's so many things that I don't know going on in the world, and even if I tried, I'm not sure I could get a clear understanding of what's really going on. But from what I heard, yeah, that whole fucking trucker protest, they fucking just froze the fuck out of all their money and all the donations coming their way. And
Yep.
I mean, what a clear sign that if you try too hard to resist the system, wow, they're in a position, as long as you're using their systems of transfer and conveyance and stuff. I mean, what was there, like several $1,000 million that were being donated that just never reached the beneficiaries because the Canadian government was just like, yeah, we control the banks, and we have told the banks not to transfer or PayPal or Patreon or whatever it was. Yeah, they're just like, no, not happening, not happening. You're not allowed to support a cause that we don't approve of. I mean, holy shit. You're not allowed to financially support a cause that we don't approve of. I mean, they could go there and give them money, like in cash by hand. I guess you can't stop that. But as far as any like electronic transfer, I mean, that was a real eye opener. That was a bold move they pulled.
Yep, and they've been testing the waters, and the funny thing is, it's like this is why I'm saying right now as it is when we're talking about politics and stuff like that I mentioned, I don't really give a shit about the whole left or versus right thing because it's like I said this like 7 years ago. It's gonna be down the line in the far future whether you're gonna be for pedophiles or not pedophiles, and what happened? 7 years passed, and now is you're either for the
You
left
saying you
or
said
for the
that
right.
7 years ago? You
Yep.
saying you said that?
Yeah.
Is that recorded? Not that I
No,
don't
no.
believe.
Yeah,
Not
no,
that I
no, no,
don't
it's
believe
not. It's
you,
not.
but just that's too bad
Uh,
because there's a
even,
chance it could have
even
been.
even the
But
right,
yeah,
even the right is starting to sound a little bit touchy that way too. This whole like Tate and all this, like people who support that. I mean, I don't know if it's right to pin it on him, but there's this like wave of people
well,
who
obviously not. He's a fucking prop in the system. To give him all the
right. No,
credit,
no, no, I'm
that's
not.
a
Yeah, I'm
joke.
just saying he's an example that I can point at, right? But there's a lot of people who are becoming very misogynistic and chauvinistic, and they talk about basically wanting to like own their women and talking about wanting to lower the age of consent and all of that stuff.
Oh, that stuff. Yeah, I
It's
can get on that.
Yeah. He's a
it's
fucking
all
he's a
fucked up
fucking
there.
slime ball, dude.
Well,
There's all. I mean, we're like it really is a spiritual warfare at the end of the day. It seems
yep.
like, you know.
Look at
And
this. This is why I've said that feminism is to blame for everything. And the thing is this: feminism started attacking all these heroic, masculine, good-traded characters, and you can hear people from the '90s like you couldn't open doors for women. You can even look at Tupac. Tupac when he was dating girls, and he says you're too nice. and then later on you hear Tupac later on. Everything you see here is a reaction to something that was subverted prior. So when the subversion started happening with feminism attacking the family system and the ideals of men and women, they were both like a yin yang semblance of order. And when they started trying to deharmonize that stuff, then you had all the heroic characters and structures of men. Like you used to have the strong father, but now most TV shows you have the dumb clown father, the mother that's being an all-star, and these young men don't have nothing to look up for heroes. So when you have Andrew Tate, who's now a
No, you're
villain,
right. Yeah.
he's a
Right.
villain, and he says, "I could get everything I wanted. Just follow me." So what do you think these young guys are gonna do? I'm gonna be a villain, and that's exactly what's
Sure.
happening. They
But
rather.
I want to comment on what you said though. I just want to say that I don't recommend ever like pointing towards a time in history and saying, oh yeah, that's when things were harmonious, because I don't know if I can point back in history to any time in date and say, oh yeah, that's when things were operating correctly. You know what I mean? It seems like there's always been an imbalance to an extreme degree. It's just shifted from one extreme to the other. Maybe that's just America or whatever. Maybe other places have achieved harmony, but I don't
Yeah.
like. I don't want to deny the fuck it. Like if there's ever been one demographic that's been enslaved more than any other demographic, I may be wrong, but I'd probably say it's women. Not that I'm some sort of white knight feminist, male feminist or anything like that, but it's not like there's nothing that they're going off of back in the day. You know what I mean? Like we don't want to get pulled to any sort of extreme degree, one side or the other. All of us know, we have in our mind this idea of harmony, but I don't know if I can point towards any time in history where I say, oh yeah, that's when everything was peachy keen. You know what I mean? It seems like it's always been pretty imbalanced to an extreme degree. I don't know. Maybe in America and from the fucking 90s to the I don't know 2010s or something, it was like the best ever achieved. And now with social media has fucking take us on a wild ride since then. But I don't know, man. It is like, let me just ask you, like straight up, like is there a specific town, county, state, culture, continent, country, whatever, that you think has ever balanced out the whole male female relationship and the way it plays out,
Yeah, you could
that we
look
can
at
like
Amish.
use as a role model?
Yeah,
The
you could use
Amish?
the Amish. Yeah, Amish.
Oh,
They have a good life.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised, but I'm willing to listen. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so you got the Amish. The Amish has a very stable life. They're not overly controlled by materialistics. They see the destruction, the nastiness, and all that stuff in the world, and they go like, "Nope, this is paradise." And honestly, from some guy that lives in a city that moved to the Midwest, it is fucking paradise. It's fucking quiet. It's nice. It's stable. You don't have all the crazy stuff. They're always healthy and strong because they're not juiced up in any of these bacteria and stuff. And a lot of their relationships they go through because they don't have any outside boss girl or sigma male level bullshit. They're able to come together and understand that each of their roles are understood from the very traditional format. Like, hey, she's a woman, she has her job, she has her duties, but she's family, and family has not been compromised, altered, or changed by any modern subversion. So they've been pretty stable. There are sometimes you hear those weird hiccup stories where you have Amish kids going out to the world because they do that, coming of age. You got to see the world before you come back and choose whether you want to be Amish or not. And there are some girls that don't come back or some guys that don't come back. But generally, the majority of those Amish people are having happy, stable lives. Like, they're super glad, they're super cheerful, and that's a stable family.
Have you looked into being adopted by an Amish community?
No, it wouldn't be for me, but I definitely wouldn't want to
Not
bring
for
my
you.
pain.
You're saying that they're like your ideal culture. Like, why wouldn't you want to join them?
I'm too tainted, man. It wouldn't work.
You're corrupted, but you're spoiled, huh?
That too, but it's like
That's
like
hilarious.
they live so close to such a lifestyle that, and mine is like, dude, I love video games. I love technology. I'm
Yeah,
not.
I
I
want
ain't
to
get rid
play
of
some
that.
Call of Duty, man. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh.
That's so fucking funny.
But like during the pandemic and during now, they were trying to go after the Amish's food supplies. They wanted to put this chemical on the meat, and they were over there, and it's the FDA, and you had this federal lady going out there pointing a finger, and he was like, "Are you gonna open the door? You gonna allow us to put the chemical in your meat and chickens?" No, that's against my religion. No, you're gonna have to get my lawyer. Now I was pissed off beyond all levels because I don't think I don't think we should put our modern bullshit to them. They're religious. They want to be left alone. They they are in their own reservation. We shouldn't go there and compromise their food whatsoever just because they have good products and stuff like that, and it's organic. So yeah, as long as we can leave them alone, I'm all fine with that.
I gotta go for a little while, but I've also gone through a phase, but probably out of a much larger degree of arrogant or ignorance than you are. You probably know a lot more about the Amish than I do. But I checked myself by saying, like, because I really don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to the Amish. I was afraid I might be like over romanticizing the like this imagined version of the Amish I have in my mind. And I'm not saying you're doing the same thing, but that's one thing to look out for, just not to romanticize this, Amish lifestyle too much and say, "Oh yeah, they're the ones we should all look up to," or something like
No,
that.
no, that's not what I mean. I don't mean that we should all, drop what we're doing and fit there. I'm just saying, to me, when I think of like a kind of like a nice, stable family and culture, that would be them. But, I wouldn't say, oh, yeah, for the modern world, we should stop what we're doing. We got to do Amish. No, but that's just my thing. And whatever I idolize or might like, I'm the type of guy that wouldn't want to put that on anyone else. Everyone else has a choice. Only if I ever get into power, then that's something different. But
Right on. Hey, I'll check back with you guys in like 20 minutes. I'll
yeah,
talk to you
no
later.
problem.
Nice
All right,
talking to
man.
you
Take
guys,
care,
man.
man.
It's been
You
fun.
too.
See you later. Yeah, Deathbringer.
So,
Yeah, who do you think's in control of this world?
I don't fucking know. Like there's a good point that Gio mentioned. It could be reptiles or some sort of existential thing, or you know, or maybe something from below. Somewhere down below the world, maybe caves or shit, whatever. I don't know. If they're not human, it'd be a lot easier to fucking attack and kill them because then, hey, it wouldn't be discrimination. It would be speciesism, and I'm okay with that. But you know, I don't know, man. I don't know what's really controlling this shit, but it's not the first time humanity has, kicked out a corrupt society or secret cult. The Romans did it, the Greeks did it. It's probably gonna be our turn. So,
When did the Romans do it?
there was they had to send a Roman military to go into the Senate, killing certain particular members that belonged to a certain group. Forgot what it was. And then the military had to forcefully elect a Caesar at the time, I think it was. And they kept hunting down other people that were part of the group. They had like a list, and they were torturing people and shit like that.
You're talking about during the Republic.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, okay.
yeah. So
I didn't know what you're talking about.
yeah, so it's not the first time these guys did it. So, and you look at the
They're obviously not the same guys. I mean, those guys are
no, I
dead.
know, but it's whatever. If there's a secret group and maybe whatever that is, like the nefarious evil that goes to this group and says, "Hey, I'll give you alchemy and powers and immortality and shit like that," but you gotta like subvert and stuff, and then you got that.
So, Deathbringer, do you believe that there's something or someone above the world's governments that are controlling the government, all the governments?
It could be. I'm more in the belief that there's a whole bunch of rich families, organizations, secret societies that are all working on their own for their own selfish desire. But I do think that they are contacting something that is ethereal or something else that's giving them insight. That's why you always see these guys collecting artifacts and going to Sumerian temples and shit like that, or artifacts that are getting moved and lost and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe there's something in the ancient buildings that had like the Emerald Tablet of Thoth or the Rosetta Stone that just tells you the secret of the world and some magic shit, and they got access to it. Instead of giving it to humanity, they're keeping it to themselves or something. Maybe. But these are all presumptions. I don't really have any. I have like some evidence to it, but not enough for it to be like concrete.
Yeah. So you think that there might be big families, wealthy families that are controlling governments, and then maybe they're being controlled, or they have some connection with somebody that's above them even. Is that how you look at it? Like there's this little hierarchy of maybe some like you said, ethereal beings, or out of this world beings, or I don't know what, like you were saying, it could be lizards or whatever. But do you think that that's the case, that there's like this ethereal group that controls the wealthy families, that control the governments of the world?
Yeah, I do think I'm more leaning to that too. I think there is some sort of ethereal thing or a being or an ascended master or something in the alchemic or magical factor, because the way you notice that some of these elites started practicing rituals like the Bohemian Groove, um, there's Skull and Bones using skull necromancy rituals and stuff like that. If these guys were literal money and just logic and business, they wouldn't have to dabble so much into the occult. And the more you look into the occult, the more and you read into it, there is some sort of factor and element that is kind of like a God's cheat code to this world. And there's always mention about like that European French alchemist that was like 300 years old. He had a famous painting and stuff like that. And there's even a CIA file that the first time when the first CIA director that came up with looking for the alchemist Fulinculi or Fluminculi. He had a weird name, and he was looking at him because the guy had contact the person that was doing the Manhattan projects. He had known the person in the hotel, and it's like, oh, who the fuck is this guy? So there's some weird shit going on. And the factor is that if the government and these people in power are the ones studying magic and gods and stuff like that, right? But they're telling us that science is the only factor. There is no God. We live in a Big Bang and godless universe. You just look at what they do. A lot of them do Satanists, a lot of them do a lot of dark magic and a lot of stuff. That means they know something we don't.
So do you think these ethereal beings are rightists or leftists?
Well, you mean whether they fit in a certain political stage? No, I don't think they. I don't. I don't. I think if you want to put in a moral compass, they're definitely going to lean more left, because it's debauchery, degeneracy, things to do with kids, and I can't say on YouTube and stuff. And they're the ones that are going to have that mindset to allow that degeneracy to happen openly. So yeah, I would think it would be more something left leaning kind of monster or whatever, because you look at the most of these Hollywood elites, what are they doing with kids? And then you look at what some of the adult entertainment industries and what they're doing with people, human trafficking and stuff. So it's one of those two.
So you think the ethereal beings are left-leaning, politically left-leaning entities?
Yeah, pretty much. Because when I use left or right, I'm using a moral compass. So if you're morally a traditional conservative family nationalist ideals, if you have some sort of concept of religious belief, then you would lean right. If you are leaning into this free sex dichotomy that everything could be this, age has no consent, multiculturalism, the global ideology that the world is everyone's land, then you would lean left. It's pretty clear lines where you can draw right there.
So So if these beings, these ethereal beings, were right leaning, wouldn't be any problems.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much because if they're traditional conservative, and I know you're trying to put me in a corner, but if they're right-leaning ethereal beings, right? If they morally want, the ideas of maintaining the family, and there are many ethereal beings out there in the past that have existed. You have like the ancestor spirit, which is pretty much supposed to be the spirit of all the ancestors that came before you, who wants to protect the family, protect the country that they died for, maintain the religion, and so on. So you would want to venerate that versus something that wants to kill your wife, eat your child, all this other stuff. Alex Jones stuff.
Okay.
Where do you lean in the political side anyway? Because I've noticed you're kind of thinking there's a divide and conquer when it really isn't. Clearly there's people that straight up want to kill you, say it themselves every day. So
I think, I try to stay out of politics. I used to be kind of into it. And, when you look back at history, there's been so many political ideas and, different morals and things that have come and gone. And it seems like it's just a succession of failure of humans to be able to govern themselves. And the whoever's in controls us by separating us with right and left ideas, whatever they are. We have right in this country that seems like, doesn't it seem like sometimes there's issues that, like, you take abortion. I'm not pro or anti-abort. I'm not saying that I'm supporting either one of those ideas, but it seems like there's a lot of issues that never get solved. They keep us really well separated. Now you think about this country, there's 50 states, 25 of them are right or red, 25 of them are blue. And it seems like because of that, nothing ever really gets done. We always keep fighting about abortion. We keep fighting about race. We keep fighting about, right now, I can't think of the other issues, but like guns, whether we should have guns, what our constitutional rights are, how far that should go. And to me, it seems like, the earth has just been carved up by whoever's ruling this world into all these little, countries. And, we're all willing to, or a lot of us are willing to stand up and fight and kill others for some idea, some political or economic idea. And that, I guess you'd maybe call me an anarchist, because I don't really think that we should ever, group together under any kind of political or economic banner. You know what I mean? And feel like that is better than what anybody else feels is right or wrong, and then go off to war and do that. One of the main problems I have with humans is that they're, they will follow people into war. And they'll just follow orders. It's like today, if war was declared, it's like when I was a kid, Vietnam was going, and I was 17, and I was number 72 in the lottery, draft lottery, and I also would go to protests and protest the war, because I knew it was wrong. I knew about the Gulf of Tonkin even back in those days. And I think one of the main problems with men is that they're willing to fight and die for ideas or for a leader that comes up over them. And that's what makes a lot of the problems in the world. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying, right? No, I completely understand. Like that's why I've said it. Like when the guy was asking me whether I follow any leader or anyone of that, there is no leader currently at this time that I'm willing to fight and die for or a cause. You know, not even Trump, not even any of these things. So, and the more you learn and the more you educate and the more you research, the more you realize that your ideals are a bit start becoming convictions and stuff like that and principles. And I'm not bending my principles for anything. But when it comes to like what you're talking about, divide and conquer and all this other stuff, I completely understand what you're looking for. Like, and that's to me, it's a lot of hope that things would work out before it gets really bad. I've talked to a lot of people like that, like, that maybe we don't need a civil war, maybe we don't need a purge, maybe we don't need to use violence. But at some point, like I've said, and I'm not advocating for any sort of thing, but you look at history and history repeats itself, and that's all I'm doing. I'm literally telling you that this has happened before, it's going to happen again, and no one. And when I mentioned like 1930s Germany, like when it became the Reichsmark, everyone's like, "Oh, how do you think that happened?" Think about that for a second. I know everyone goes like, no, you didn't know, because Hitler is like pretty much at that time period like Trump. They go and arrest him, the established government. They had Antifa, believe it or not. They had the transgender movement. Ain't that a surprise? The economy had collapsed 3 times over. You had a foreign army moved in and robbed resources. You had the young men outcasted and treated as foreigners in their own homeland. And what do you think is happening in America? It's the exact same shit. And you would wonder what's the next thing that's going to happen. And that's why you see a lot of conservatives leaving conservatism into nationalism. And now it's growing. And as a guy who's a history buff, I just say the same thing. Dude, look at history. I'm not advocating for violence. This is going to happen. It's like the same guy that walks across the street in a heavily trafficked area and he has his face glued to the phone. You're going to get hit by that car if you don't look around. And it's just the way things are. Humanity is just a constant repeat and then forget. And if I like I said, if I had to choose a side politically, where do I want to lean? I'm a family man. I love my family. I love the ideas of traditionalism. It always worked out in the long run for our ancestors and everyone else's ancestors. And now we have this new thing coming around and it's not working. And it's definitely hurting a lot of people and I'm not support for it. So that's where I would stand my line on that. And
Okay. So you brought up, Germany in the 30s, the 1930s,
mhm.
and they had all these problems, and Hitler rose to power and against all those bad things, huh? He wanted to keep his race clean. He didn't want to mix it with other people. He was against homosexuality. They
Yep.
persecuted homosexuals in Germany. They killed uh, and gypsies. Uh, they did a lot of things like this in an effort to stop all these. I guess you would call them, I don't know, leftist, what you would call leftist ideas. So he rose to power. He created this giant army. They marched all through. If we believe what history says, they marched all through Europe. Conquering people. And then we came along, and and the other powers came along and crushed it. And what I see there is just another failure of men to deal with their problems using government, military, economics, whatever. So whatever happens now, like, okay, we've got all these problems now. Are we going to learn from what Hitler did, what the Germans did? Our country was completely destroyed in an attempt to rid themselves of all those problems that we face now.
Yep.
Are we going to follow the same route that Hitler did, like stand up and ready to kill and fight for get rid of these things? Isn't that just a repeat of stupid history?
It all depends on the actions. Like you remember during the pandemic, what I don't know if you've read any of the news on what happened to the cities with the Asian community where they were getting attacked, right? When Everyone was talking about the Wuhan and stuff like that. And mind you, at the time period, right? We blame China for it, because it came out of the biolab, and then we found out and all that stuff. But the main point is, you had one community attack and generalize another community and blame the world's economic and structure on that. You didn't need one person screaming out. It was like it was the Asians or the Chinese that did it. People naturally moved to blame their problems on what a neighboring nation was suspected for collapsing their job, their money. They couldn't move, they couldn't leave, and stuff like that. It is natural for humans to find some sort of opposition. This is why a lot of psychology who usually get out of these situational talks is that, like, this whole biodiversity, having multiculturalism, having more than one culture. Because usually when you see like homogenous nations and stuff, they don't have most of these problems. But since we're very mixed bags of a whole bunch of different cultures, and a lot of these cultures even themes themselves as the main protagonists of the world story, it becomes a problem. And that's what we're seeing now here in America. And it had the same thing happen over there in Germany too. They had whole different types of races and cultures with all their beliefs, thinking that they were predominantly the chosen ones. And when shit hits the fan, there's always going to be someone to blame. And it's not the first time. It's just humans are going to just do that. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the powers that be. They might run away like they always do, and they'll come back in 50 or 100 years or less and subvert, and we'll do this whole shit again.
So should we just continue to make that that whole shit show go on and on and on forever?
Well, and unless some strong leader comes out of nowhere and advocates against it, it's not going to happen. It's going to be the same story, and I'm definitely not going to do it because I'm not dying for no sheeples, and I'm not going to be a martyr for it. So someone's going to have to figure this out and research and find a way to stop it.
So really, you're not advocating anything either, then, because you don't want to continue the whole cycle of a problem comes up, you solve it, but that never really solves it, and go right back into where we were before.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not gonna die as a martyr. Too many times in too many places I've seen people like me and other people that are way better than me advocate, talk about it, and then they get suicided or gets chased off as some sort of nihilistic doomer or some shit like that, and then you get a whole bunch of lemmings. Like, I can even tell you what happened with the whole pandemic. I knew about it 2 years ago before it hit the fan. When I saw China was dealing with it, I warned a whole bunch of people. I got chased off, got yelled at, and all this stuff. And now look who's fucking laughing now, you know? So, and that right there just told me that I shouldn't go out there advocating, trying to save lives because there's too many goddamn sheeps.
You guys know how many like voice verification requests are like happen in like a week, any given week?
Voice.
Yo, Deathbringer. What's up, Death?
What's up,
How
man?
you doing?
Oh, good. How's things?
I'm all right, bro. I'm just chilling.
That's good, man.
So, what's the latest news? What's the latest arguments? What's going on?
Not much, Same old, same old. Just came in and just talking about left and right, and now we're talking about like barterism and shit like that. And
What? Barterism?
yeah, wondering if
With,
if the like dying for a cause.
Killing for a cause.
Yeah,
barterism is dying for.
but if you're talking about killing for a cause, yeah, plenty of people will kill for a cause. Many people will kill for their family. If someone tried to break in and kill their family, sure as hell someone's going to defend their family and kill that guy.
It's kind of different though than I understand that wanting to defend you and your family, but I mean taking up arms like we did in Vietnam, like we did in the Middle East, the last, the Bush wars and all that. Uh, that seems pretty senseless to me to join together and find a common enemy and then and go out and try to kill that common enemy. That seems
Yep.
pretty useless. That seems pretty useless, and just it makes a lot. It seems like to me we're just being manipulated by whoever is in control because they make all kinds of money on those
What
wars.
about World War II and America's involvement then?
Even that, yeah, that was all. They say that Pearl Harbor was, they knew about Pearl Harbor before, and it was all a setup. The people that financed the war were financing both sides. And for whatever reasons, there was one side fighting for one reason, being supported by the same people who were supporting people on the other side. For whatever political or ideological or economic reasons they were doing it. So it's almost like we're being led around by the nose to kill each other so that someone can get rich on it.
Yeah. So when it comes to all that stuff, yeah, we have been tricked. We've been tricked in every proxy war there is. That's why everyone's talking about Revolutionary War, Independence War. They're not really talking about, Vietnam, World War II, and stuff like that. The factor that you have Britain even admitting in their intelligence agency that they went about taking German U-boats and started shooting U.S. cruise ships and other boats in a way to get us into the war, which also didn't make any sense. That when you look at Pearl Harbor, we got bombed by the Japanese, so our war is with the Japanese, not with Germany, but somehow we went to Germany, and then you look at, all right, so France attacked Germany when they were moving, their forces over there to Poland. It was like, yeah, so technically it was a preemptive strike and Germany had the right to invade France, right? I guess so. Yeah, so it makes sense. And Britain attacked Dresden, which that was a preemptive strike. And then people was like, yeah, but they had an alliance contract with Poland. Well, after the war, when Russia took over Poland and Poland was asking, hey, can you free us? Can you nah, we're good. So it was not. It was never about some sort of alliance. It was just all about, trying to knock out a new powerhouse in the economic factor. That's why Hitler was on Time magazine with financial recovery or some shit like that.
I personally just think Russians are untrustworthy for the most part. Like, there might be some good one, but those fuckers lie.
There were people.
They tell lies that get you killed. Real. Like, they'll tell lies that get you killed, bro.
There were people in Germany and in the United States and other countries that refused to fight.
Okay, what about what wars before that? What's before World War One? Civil War?
World War One and World War Two, there were people that wouldn't fight, didn't take up arms against or gather under the banner of some political idea and go kill about it. There were a lot of people that did that. In Germany, they would behead those people. That's what they did to conscientious objectors in Germany. They would put them to the guillotine. Jehovah's Witnesses will never fight on any side. They refuse to take up arms against other human beings. I mean, they'll protect themselves in a, someone's coming at them, but and there were if they were going to draft me, I was almost drafted for the Vietnam War, but I was determined. I was either going to run away to Canada or just go to jail. They'd usually give you a 5-year sentence in a low security prison, and you could serve your time there.
Sounds good though. Isn't that 3 square meals a day and just doing push-ups all day? something to be said for that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Sometimes I think I would be really good in jail. You know, all that sit
Well,
around.
it's also like there's reasons to go to jail, right? Like if someone's persecuting you, go to jail. It's fine. It's not me. That's like, it's go ahead, bro. I'm just like gonna chill there in the jail. Then, like, I guess that's what the case is.
I can barely hear you. Your mic seems to be really bad. Anyway, yeah, I think I kind of go along with the biblical idea of all, you know, this political stuff that, you know, God, uh, God, the Creator made us, and that he, the opposers of the Creator is what created government and religion and all these different varying economic ideas.
I
And
personally think my personal thing is just follow the law unless it's demanding you do something that's like wrong, basically. Then you just don't follow the law because it's like it's it's like not moral too. But if it is moral, like if it's something like go like at the speed limit or something, like just you might as well just observe it and respect the system that you live inside of because it's much worse to have constant conflict in your life.
yeah, that's kind of a biblical idea, huh? To like Jesus said, give to Caesar what's Caesar's and God to what's God. Give God what's God's. You know.
Yeah, but in that case, it would be who's much more important, God or Caesar? Think about that.
Right. If something that Caesar wanted was in opposition to God, you definitely go on God's side. Yeah. That what you meant?
Well, yeah, and this is how it works in every society ever, right? Like, if you're the poor fuck and the rich fuck has a house and you go live in it, you go and live peaceably. You don't just go in and overthrow everything. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Right. You want to get along.
Yeah, like imagine like we're in the wilderness, right? And I built a house and I have food, and you're in the fucking cold and darkness. I'm like, yo, like come in here, like have some food, and then you overthrow me. Like, how is that supposed to work? You know what I mean? So there has to be some baseline.
Yeah. I started talking earlier. I get really inquisitive about what the motives are of the people that come here, uh, anti-flat earthers, and it just seems so strange to me. I just really wonder: are they paid agents? You know, what do you feel about that, Noah?
Personally, I think the government is, although bad at a lot of things, I think it's good at the right things. I think infiltration is one of the right things that the government does very well. I think they're extremely good at infiltrating things. And I think there's governments that supersede the United States in infiltrating things. So there's probably one, there could be multiple. Um, there could be none, but I doubt it because, like governments are renowned at infiltrating because the best government at infiltrating is usually the government that kind of controls everything. So, yeah, I think there's probably someone definitely in some way.
It's hard to imagine that there's not some kind of controlled opposition, right? You know, thing going, steering of the conversation by the government or whatever.
Oh, I
But it,
mean, well, the fact that when I go on YouTube and it has like that little like article on anything that I look up, like dude, I even just looked up Bohemian Grove and it was like a little article. It's like anything conspiracy related at all. has like a little article linked underneath it, or anything that's a view that's outside the mainstream like narrative has a little article underneath it like discounting it. But normal videos, nothing. It's weird.
Yeah.
Plus, not to mention, like everyone who puts anything up that's at all different from mainstream narrative just kind of gets taken down immediately.
Right.
It's kind of like communism, but like it's online. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like online, so it's under a different jurisdictions. Technically, like I don't know. But yeah, no, it definitely exists. Like an extreme controlled, like extreme force to control the narrative does exist. Maybe multiple exist.
Yeah. When you listen to, lately there's been such good arguments being brought forward that poke holes in the heliocentric model. We've had lately a lot of these ideas, that they've been talking about the core, the way the core spins, and all the relativity talk that's been done, and
I'm
you know,
back.
Yeah, you talk about Witsit? He's been killing it. Like of recent, bro.
yeah,
Like he was a
yeah.
really good debater, but like it's weird because like it's even it's like someone who gets better at debating. A lot of people I see get worse over time. He gets better. It's weird. There's some people that it's weird. Some people go backwards and they get more logical. Like they sound like they're losing their mind. Other people just sound better like each time I hear them.
Yeah, and you know, it would seem reasonable to me for the people that are listening to Witsit who finds all these these things that are sort of holes or shortcomings in the heliocentric model, that a reasoning person would just sort of say, yeah, that kind of makes sense. That is kind of stupid, when even today they were talking about the moon, and they show the little photographs of the spacecraft that landed on the moon, and I mean it is hard to take that to look at that and take that seriously. Oh, they took that thing and landed on the moon.
Dude, it's
Just,
funny.
it is, but I mean, why wouldn't a reasoning person just say, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that this core that we've never been able to find, we've never been able to go down more than 8 miles, and yet we know exactly what's going on in the core.
They think they measured the earth, and this is the thing that I also like. I don't know. I think the flat earthers make too big of a claim. Like to know the ultimate reality, bro. It has nothing to do with any shape. No one's measuring no shape. Like, yeah, we measured it not to be a globe, but like,
Yeah, and that's the thing
I
is
don't know. I think it's
we're not saying
you
we have it all figured out.
yeah.
We're not saying that. We're not saying, hey, we've got it all figured out. What we're saying is, look, be reasonable. Look how stupid a lot of these things are. Can't you
Dude, the moon
see
landings is
that?
ridiculous. People are like, it's like watching Star Wars. Like, come on, come on, bro.
Exactly. Why do they
Why would he? Why
claim?
would he be standing there like we lost it? Like we lost. Like it's so dumb, bro. Some of the clips, bro, are so dumb. Like it's not. It's like they're taunting us. Like yeah, like I don't know. It's weird, bro. I feel like they're Like I don't know, bro. It's hard to explain.
How would you feel if like, if you can imagine, like, how would you feel if they were real and it was like demonstrated that it was real? Like, how would you feel about the clip? That would you still have the same like perspective of the clip?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Yeah, me neither.
So like you're saying like the clips are like cartoonish, or it's like Star Wars, right? And so it's like, how could it be like this shitty of a clip, right? So, but what if it was like without a doubt proven to be accurate? How would that adjust your view? Like if we can, like, just in a hypothetical, like if it was proven to be accurate, would that, like, how would that adjust your view of the clip?
Oh, there would definitely be an adjustment. Sure. But, it's like so many other things. What I really wanted to ask is that we see a lot of holes in the model. We don't really say that, we have a model that's, that can be proven or anything like that. We're just sort of pointing out the discrepancies in the heliocentric model and the falsifiability of it and different things like that. But what I wonder is that why someone would cling so, like staunchly to the ball, like unless you're paid it, like if you're being paid to do that, you would definitely do that. Someone was paying you, said, "Hey, listen, you've got to go out and argue this idea of the heliocentric model having holes in it." Someone could be paid to do that, or
One of the reasons I argue as vehemently as I do is because I have put my life on the line, knowing the distances between land masses. Using the globe Earth model, I was correct and was able to successfully transit large stretches of blue water.
and I understand that. I understand that you probably have things that in a sense are proof to you that it's heliocentric. That we live in a heliocentric cosmology.
Yeah,
Don't you
like
think there's a lot of
personally,
things? Don't you think there's a lot of things that are kind of weird about it?
personally, I think the best evidence we have is the nautical mile.
And what the nautical mile? So what are you saying? The nautical mile proves a heliocentric model?
No, the nautical mile proves sphericity. For example, do you know what the nautical mile on Mars is? Do you understand my question?
So how does the nautical mile prove?
That's a fucking absurd claim. That's a fucking absurd claim on its face. That's my response.
No, it's a question. It's not a claim.
Yeah, it's a claim that you can fucking know that. That's an absurd claim.
Yeah, what is the distance of a nautical mile on Mars?
This is extremely theoretical. Theory is subjective.
Really not.
We can't go to Mars and
Right.
Measure a nautical mile.
We don't need to.
Okay, so we don't need to.
So what is a nautical mile?
It's a little longer than a regular mile.
No, like literally, what is it?
It's a different measurement of distance, isn't it?
No.
As opposed to
Isn't it like 60 nautical miles per 1 degree, which is 69 miles or something like that?
So what you're talking about is the transformation between nautical miles to statute miles, and that's an interesting side effect, but that's actually not what a nautical mile is.
All right, go ahead.
How does a nautical mile prove that that we're living in a heliocentric universe?
One more time.
I'm trying to listen to this guy's fucking story. Hurry up, Kool-Aid.
It doesn't, but it shows the great evidence for sphericity of the planet.
My fucking God, what is it? Answer the question.
So, a nautical mile is 1/60th of a degree change of a celestial object.
That's what I fucking said. That's exactly what I fucking said. That's what I fucking said.
You talked about
I said one fucking vertical mile for 60 fucking horizontal miles. And then I said, which is 69 fucking normal miles. That's exactly what I fucking said.
That's not correct though. Once you started putting those numbers to it, you're now putting the application in. The actual answer of what a nautical mile is the distance that is required for 1/60th of a degree change. So if you are in a smaller body, such as Mars,
it's the same thing with a different conversion. Instead of 1 to 1/60th, I used one degree to 60 miles. It's the same thing. I'm just using different numbers, geek.
So
What you fucking talking about? It's the same answer, so I'm not wrong.
if you're
Why are you
if
angry?
if you were on a
I'm not. I'm just fucking
body,
tweaking.
if you were on a smaller astronomical body, say the size of Mars, 41,000 kilometers across in circumference, you end up with a nautical mile of 983 meters per nautical mile. And what's cool is it's still a nautical mile.
So how do
That's
you get this?
extremely
How do you get
nerdy.
this nautical mile? How did you calculate this nautical mile?
That's some extremely nerdy shit. That's like some Dungeons and Dragons level nerd shit.
Oh no, this is nowhere compared to my D&D. I can talk about some Tarrasque and it will completely bore you, but this is actually real. The way you get a nautical mile is you take the distance required to travel 1 nautical mile
You love your idols, eh?
times 60 to get 1 degree, and then how many degrees in a circle? That's right, 360. So your answer times 360 is the circumference. That's the easiest way to get it.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You're
The
saying that
Greeks, the Greeks
you
based
measure
all their fucking maths off of fucking numerology and shit. All their geometry. They blended all their 7
Right.
whatevers together. Made
I
their
would really appreciate it if you would have let this guy at least attempt to address my argument, Noah. We know you're not going to, so let writing.
What is your? You didn't make an argument. You just made a fucking claim, dummy.
Right. My claim is a nautical mile is a unit
Shut
of
up and
measurement.
let the other guy talk instead of fucking adding in some
Okay.
stupid fucking insult.
Go ahead, Beryl. Can you address
Yeah.
what a nautical mile is?
Yeah, can you explain to me how the nautical mile proves sphericity?
Yes. The fact that it maintains a linear relationship requires 2 curved surfaces.
Now wait a minute. Linear relationship requires 2 curved surfaces.
Correct.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Okay. So if I go out 60 nautical miles, I get 1 degree of change.
Now, how
If
are
I
you
go,
measuring? Now, wait a minute. You're saying if you go 60 nautical miles, you get 1 degree of change.
right, that's the definition of nautical mile.
So a nautical mile, 60 nautical miles is 1 degree.
Correct.
Okay, so we have 60 nautical miles, and we've labeled that 1 degree. Now, how does that prove sphericity?
No, other way around. We do 1 degree and we've labeled that 60 nautical miles.
I know, but how
Degree.
does that prove sphericity? I mean, isn't
So,
even on anything on a
Now
flat
you're
surface?
literally repeating what I said earlier that you said was wrong.
allow me
Kool-Aid.
to explain it. 60 is 1 degree. 120 is 2 degrees.
That's what I said, and you said I was wrong.
So you started talking about the Greeks, dude. So the change is we doubled the distance, we doubled the degrees.
I understand that. I understand that all that math you're telling me about, you go 60 miles and we consider that 1 degree.
Right.
Now, you could
So
do that
if
on
we were,
any wait a minute. You could do that on any surface, couldn't you? Whether
yes,
square or
you could.
round, if you go 60 miles, you could say that you could say that makes 1 degree.
So if you were on a flat surface with a flat, say we're in a long warehouse with a flat floor or in a flat ceiling.
60 miles, 60 nautical miles long.
Well, it'd have to be much longer than that. It'd have to be 300 nautical miles long.
I'm saying
Because,
that's what you started out. You started out with
yeah,
60 miles.
right.
You said, I'm going to go 60 miles, and then I'm going to label that 60 miles 1 degree. Now, how does that prove sphericity?
Okay, so Now look, we're going to go back to looking at flats. We go 60 nautical miles and we say that's 1 degree. We mark it. Then we travel the same distance. It will have only changed by half a degree in the sky. It's a logger.
So you're pointing at the sky.
I'm pointing at the apparent position. Yes.
Right. You're pointing at an apparent. You're using an optical. It's an optical thing you're doing, isn't it? You're looking at the sky and saying that you're presupposing that the Earth is round.
No.
And saying that if I go 60 degrees, if I go 60 nautical miles, then that's 1 degree on my sphere.
No. In fact, I was presupposing flat. Remember we talked about flat floor, flat roof, flat. Not globe, flat.
Okay.
What we see is our relationship is logarithmic, meaning there's an exponential factor in it.
I understand that, but I don't see how you're getting from going 60 nautical miles and labeling that a degree and saying that proves sphericity.
It's the change in the degree. Do you know what the degree is?
I do. It's according to the heliocentric model, it's 1 degree. 60 nautical miles is 1 degree, isn't it? On a globe. But still, you haven't measured the sphericity. You've just calculated using an optical device of the stars. Say that it is a sphere.
No, we're not using an optical device
you look
in
at
the
sky. You
stars.
said you look at the sky.
I'm using a sextant in my hand. That's how I do it.
An optical device.
You're using something optical. You even said it. You said an apparent position.
Right, the apparent position of the star.
Right.
And then I have the apparent GP of the star. And I know
This
how
is
far away.
old weak sauce, bro.
You're right.
The GP is an actual place.
Like, am I not the only person who realized this is an old weak sauce argument? Like, fuck.
You're right, and no flat earther has yet to address it.
It's been addressed. You're looking at something optical and assuming that you know where it is and that it's even a physical thing. And
this is where you almost
and then you're applying it to the ground without actually measuring the ground itself, which makes no fucking sense. It's completely
Noah, this is the moment. Noah, this is the moment when Noah, this is the moment when you almost had McToon. You were right here with him. You were so close.
And
remember your McToon debate?
When I use celestial navigation correctly, I can know my position on the face of this globe Earth to within 1 nautical mile.
Okay. So you can go in a small patch of area and someone mapped it onto a wall.
No. I can go anywhere. I have been around the world. I have sailed in both the north and south hemisphere. I have done all these things.
That's not impressive. A lot of people have been
celestial navigation to do it. You really just got to talk through.
Okay, so navigation is the argument that you went somewhere and got somewhere on a patch of fucking land or sea, and then you thought it was a ball because the map was on a ball. Good job, bro.
It's not a map thing. You can get your.
It most definitely is about mapping things. Yes. I don't know what the fuck
can I
you're
finish
saying.
my? Yeah, you'll know what the fuck I'm saying. If you let me finish. You can get your coordinates independently of any map. So you can match your coordinates to what celestial navigation is telling you without having to appeal to any map. It's not a map thing.
Coordinates.
Sorry?
Spherical coordinates is what you're going to be claiming now.
Yes, you can get your position.
Latitude and longitude.
Right. Spherical. Correct.
Hold on. But Barrel Rider actually was trying to respond. Can we allow him to?
I can make my point without appealing to a spherical Earth. Like my point would stand the same, even on a flat Earth.
What was your point? What was your point?
That you can get your coordinates independently of any map. You don't have to trust maps.
It doesn't equal ball.
At this point now, but that's an
Unless
important
you're claiming
fact.
that the coordinates are spherical, then you are claiming ball.
I wasn't.
On spherical coordinates. So what is it?
Yeah,
What's
I wasn't.
the point you're making?
I was stating a fact that is important in this whole conversation. Not that this fact alone is going to lead to any conclusion.
All right.
But you have to keep that in mind. Like when we say you can get your coordinates, this isn't something that the globe can like force fit or change to make it match reality. Your coordinates are can't be arbitrarily picked up for you. You can't get them independently of anyone. That's my whole point so far. When they say it was not a map thing.
Like independently of anyone, you mean by yourself?
Yeah. So, for example, I can define latitude and longitude in such a way that it's still going to match every single location on the Earth, and it's completely agnostic on the shape of the Earth, and it doesn't rely on any map or any authority.
Before we get too far off, Barrel Rider,
you're talking about degrees though, in a circle.
Can we let him respond?
Like degrees as in 33rd, like, 68 degrees north, 38 degrees north. These are degrees of a spherical coordinate system.
Not necessarily. Like, yeah, I can tell you how you can define the same latitude and longitude without appealing to a sphere. But I don't want to steal the conversation. I think Kool-Aid was trying to go back to his point.
Go deeper into your thing. What point did he have? He had no point. He said he looked at the sky and presumed it was a ball on the ground by looking at the sky.
And got where I was going, surviving. So I think I kind of know what I'm talking about when I talk about
I'm deferring so you can speak instead of complain.
Yeah, so Barrel Rider tried to respond, and I was really I haven't heard from him ever before tonight. Wanted to bring him into the conversation.
Yeah, I've heard this argument for years now. The 60 degree, using sky, the apparent position of stars, to calculate that there's sphericity. I've heard that argument before, but it doesn't lock it down for me. I mean, I can't definitely say, listening to that the Earth is a sphere. There's something I have to take on faith there.
What?
Well, that knowing what those stars are, what we're really seeing, whether it is apparent or real positions that we're seeing.
No, that's the cool thing about it. It actually doesn't matter what the stars are or where they are reality. All that matters is their apparent position.
What does apparent mean?
It's what is visible to you.
It means, I'll explain what apparent means in this case. It doesn't mean obvious. It means not actual.
It means apparent. It means observed.
Yes, but in this case, it means not actual position. Just to be clear.
Observed, yeah.
It doesn't actually change the fact if the star is a burning or nuclear fusion and millions of miles wide, or a pink unicorn that is so vibrant it's producing that much light. It doesn't actually matter what it is. The fact is we can see it.
Yeah, what does matter, though, it would be if you're making a geometric claim of Earth based on a not actual position of a light in the sky. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's really where we see the light.
Yeah, not actually. Not actual.
Here's I just Googled apparent.
Yeah,
the Google says First, it says clearly visible or understood, obvious. It became apparent that he was talented. And it's got another one, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Apparent lack of concern.
Yeah, not actual. Not the stars are
Not
in an
actual.
Every time you look at something in the distance,
everyone
it's
agrees
always
with
in an
that.
apparent. Every time you look at something in the distance, it's in an apparent position, meaning it's not in its actual position. It's just in a position where we see it. That doesn't mean that it's its actual position, though.
So
I think everyone's on board with that.
So the problem
All
is,
right,
is that
Good.
All right, cool.
All right,
problem
good.
is what I see the problem is that one side is saying that they look at the sky and they look at that star and they make this calculation using that position of that star, and they come up with this calculation that says the Earth is a sphere. The other side says that apparent position might not be real. We don't really know what we're looking at. So we'll really never come to a conclusion on this, will we?
Well,
Hey, can I
yeah.
can I address that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say both sides are agreeing that that position is apparent. When you take a reading / navigation, you don't use the reading as you read it. You also consider that it is apparent, and you try to correct for that. So you don't take your readings as actual positions. We always take them as apparent position. So in both sides, we're accepting the fact that the apparent position isn't the actual position.
Nice. All right. I'm glad
You
we
may
agree.
have an actual position when it's at 90 degrees. You may not. They say you do. Who knows?
Yeah, that it's all hard to say, huh? It seems
But that's
like
not
so
really
The
a
GP, when you're at the GP, that may be the actual position. But I mean, who knows?
well.
You
That's
hang a plumb line.
that's
The way I
direct.
see it-
That's direction, but that's not how far it is. So it's missing one component, right? Like if something's at your GP, if you assume it's directly above you, you only know its direction in the two-dimensional sense. You don't know the third dimension, how far away it actually is from you at all.
The way
Well,
I
that's
see it, the two sides of this argument are the one side that has years of using the tools and the knowledge and expertise, and including the master sailors who are doing it right now, or the other side who says no, you can't. No, like
Straw
Noah, are
man?
you willing to make a 3-star fix?
Straw man? Much?
Are you willing to make a 3-star fix?
Straw man? Much?
Bacon, are you willing to make a 3-star fix?
Oh man. Straw man attack.
Nope.
I'm
Well,
not sure if that
that-
argument.
That was just the most extreme straw man I've ever heard in my entire life. Like that was just garb.
So make a 3-star
It's like
fix.
a garb accusation out of nowhere that I said something was impossible. Did the words impossible come from my mouth once yet today? No. You're just making shit up.
I mean, you're proving my point.
No, I'm not proving your point. You're like lying about me
You're
and then asking me questions as if it's normal, bro. It's not normal to do that.
You're unwilling and unable to do it. We're making
Unwilling and unable to do what?
a 3-star fix.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about a 3-star fix. I give a fuck about you lying about me. Right in
What
front of
I
my
said is
face.
you were
fuck
unable
face.
and unwilling to do a 3-star fix.
I don't give a fuck about a 3-star fix.
So
I
don't be
don't
upset
know
when
what
somebody
you're
says
making
you're
some
unwilling or
fucking
unable
big
to do
deal
it.
about. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. So what does that fucking matter? I didn't
So
say it was
you wanna-
impossible either, you fucking liar.
You want to talk about celestial navigation, like, but you don't know how to
No,
do
bro,
the
he's lying about what I'm saying, literally in front of me.
What
and
are you
acting
What are you
he's, like,
saying? Let's rephrase it.
fucking
Restate it.
normal.
Restate what you're saying. I will say.
I don't know. I'm not saying anything to this guy, bro. I didn't say anything really to this guy because he didn't seem to understand what I said. So
What I said is one side is unwilling or unable to do a 3-star fix.
yeah, it's
The other
garbage.
side
Doesn't
can do
matter.
it.
Nobody cares. It's like
Are
a
you gonna
statement
overtalk
about
me every
nothing.
single
Come on,
time?
say something of
Jeremy,
substance.
can we
For
get
one.
mods?
Well, hold
Can
on.
you
Don't let him.
make a claim of substance instead of just claiming garbage? chanting garbage.
He's
and
claiming
not
that this
making
3-star
points.
fix show. His claim is that this 3-star fix shows it's a globe.
Oh, that's his claim.
Yeah.
That's the so instead of making the claim outright, he had to fucking have some fucking diarrhea into the fucking voice chat beforehand, eh?
I
Would have just been simple if he just said that. It would have taken 5 seconds.
You're the one who's chanting over me as I'm once
Oh,
again
you're fucking
reiterating my
making
claim.
garbage. You look right now. You're making garbage claims. Shut up. Jeremy did your argument better than you could.
Well, I mean, don't. Yeah, but let's relax. No,
Yeah, I agree that
everyone relax.
Kool-Aid's response was straw man, but I think you're taking that too far. I mean, let's just go back and this argument that Kool-Aid was responding to is often made by a lot of flat earthers, but it wasn't made for you. I agree to that. So
Thanks,
let's just
Bacon.
relax and try to have a regular, normal conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Could okay, rather than just go on and argue about this point here, which, it seems like we're never going to reach an agreement about it. Could I ask you guys some? You seem pretty Bacon, real knowledgeable guy about all these things we talk about, and Kool-Aid. You seem pretty knowledgeable. Could I ask you some questions about refraction?
No, honestly, I don't know shit about refraction.
What about you, Bacon? Will you be willing to entertain me?
I'll try. I'll probably know less than Kool-Aid, but if you ask something that I know the answer, I'll give you.
Okay. I'm not really very I'm not good on the computer. Could someone bring up a picture of the black swan?
Give me a sec.
Bro, we've all seen it.
Yeah. I just want it there to, and these questions that I'm asking, I'm not trying to argue. I just want to get, ideas about what. There's a lot in my mind. There's a lot of holes in my mind about what refraction actually is.
No.
And,
Go ahead.
did you get that picture up of the black swan?
I think I have a GIF.
We've all seen it. Go ahead, make your point on it.
I mean, if you really need the picture, I might take a time to find. But if you consider that we've all seen it,
okay, we're all pretty familiar with it. Well, what I want to say is, okay, refraction at its most basic level can be demonstrated by putting in a pencil in a glass of water, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you see, you'll see the pencil appears to be in two different positions at one time. Isn't that true?
I understand what you mean by that. Go on.
And so light is being bent through that different mediums. It takes two mediums, right? I mean, that's Snell's law of refraction. Is that what that is?
They're not using Snell's law in the atmosphere, though.
Yeah, with the glass, it is because Snell's law specifically describes refraction when you have a medium with a homogeneous index of refraction, like the water. So everywhere on that water, the refractive index is the same. Then you have the glass. That's a different index of refraction than the water, but the whole glass has the same index of refraction. So the index only changes once when you go from the water to the glass, and then it changes once again when you go from the glass to the air. So when you have those hard boundaries where you have one index before and then another index after, that's when Snell's law comes into play. That's sort of thing that Snell's law does, right? It deals with this specific scenario.
Right. That's what I said. It was Snell's law. That was kind of Snell's law that deals with that, going through two different mediums. Now, when you think about the atmosphere, that's a different kind of refraction, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the same scenario. So the refractive index of the atmosphere doesn't have hard boundaries like a glass with water. So that same equation can't be applied because you don't have a hard boundary. So you need to do something else if you want to apply refraction to the atmosphere.
So what is causing refraction in the atmosphere if it's not going through, light bending through two different mediums, solid, hard line mediums? What is refraction in the atmosphere?
Well, there is no hard boundary, but the refractive index is still changing. So, like hot air has a lower refractive index than cold air. So if you have,
May I try?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. You're making a distinction, and I think you might be better off rather than saying it goes through two mediums. Say it goes through two indexes of refraction, because each
Okay.
medium has a different index of refraction, and you're
Okay.
using two of them in your example. In Bacon's
Okay.
example, he's using hundreds, if not thousands.
So in the atmosphere, it's going through, like you said, hundreds or thousands of different refractive indexes from the light getting from one place to another, supposedly, huh?
Yeah,
Right.
because we have a gradient. A gradient can be seen as like a lot of thin layers. That's
Do they lay horizontal? Do those gradients lay horizontally or vertically? How does that? Like in the Black Swan, they say that the horizon's being refracted up.
Mhm.
Now, what is causing that refraction in the atmosphere?
Right. Well, so whatever changes the refractive index of the air can cause refraction in the atmosphere. So one thing is humidity, for example. So close to the water, the air is more humid. And what happens with humid air is that the refractive index is lower than dry air. Also, the ocean might be the different temperature than the air. So, for example, if the ocean is colder, it's going to cool the air that is close to it, but not the air that is far from it. So that causes the air close to the ocean to have a greater index of refraction. And as you go away from the ocean, as you go higher, there's the index of refraction drops. So there's a gradient of index of refraction that goes from a high value to a lower value. So then in that case, you have index of refraction is constantly changing away from the surface. So the light that goes through the atmosphere, going through those difference in temperature, is going to be refracted too because it's going through different refractive indexes. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and so like in the Black Swan, when we're looking out, through those oil rigs and onto the horizon, it's over an ocean that's got a certain temperature that's a lot colder than the air probably on that day that the Black Swan was taken. So is that a stable refractive index that we're seeing? Like you're looking over water. He's right on the shore there. So is there a lot of variation in the refractive index between where the camera is and where the apparent horizon is? Is there a whole lot of different
The
refractive indexes between the two?
the
Well,
image you spoke of and you called the Black Swan. Do you know where it came from?
Yeah.
Where?
California. Oh, go ahead.
I used to surf there a lot when I was
No.
younger.
Where's precisely did the image come from?
It came from south of Santa Barbara.
That was the
The
location.
MLSB. What are you looking for?
Miramar Beach.
It came from a video, correct?
Right. What I'm saying is in that video, if he's
Was
looking out,
was the horizon stable and at one location throughout the entire video? Or did it move all over the place as the chaotic refraction conditions proved?
in the video, I'm not really sure, but the picture shows a pretty. It's pretty. That really wasn't my question though. My question was if you're looking out over the ocean,
Right.
like he was. He's got his camera right on the beach. He's looking out over the ocean. You've got a pretty stable ocean.
So as
Ocean
you're
temp-
looking through your camera, you can
Okay.
observe exactly what was observed through that camera and what was recorded on the video, which would be very chaotic atmospheric conditions, causing things to change and shift position up and down and do all types of things. The most extraordinary example was captured in a screenshot and turned into what you call the black swan image. It was simply one image showing chaotic atmospheric conditions. That's what
Okay.
happens when you actually look into the prominence of the black swan.
I don't think you're understanding my question, or at least you're not addressing it. Like when that guy that took the picture,
Wasn't a picture.
the video that he captured the picture from, and he was looking out. He's looking over a fairly stable ocean temperature, huh? Isn't that
No.
ocean? No, you think it varies a lot there?
In the
Ocean? No.
video, it shows the atmospheric conditions being extremely chaotic.
I'm not saying the atmospheric conditions. I'm saying, is the water pretty much the same temperature, you think, from the shoreline there out to the Santa Barbara Islands, which are like 20 or 30 miles offshore? Pretty much the same temperature?
No. There's gonna be between 15 to 20 degrees difference right on the coastal waters and then the deeper water. No, they're not going to be. It's not going to be the same temperature. Not at all.
Can you provide any evidence for that?
Yes, my let's say 15,000 hours of blue water sailing.
So you're just going to give me a anecdotal. You're not going to like show me the Santa Barbara. You're not going to show me
Yep.
any temperatures taken in the Santa Barbara Channel. I
No,
used to
I'm
surf
gonna
there a
I'm
lot.
gonna tell you.
I grew up in that area. And I sailed all over that area too.
Then you
And
know that when
those
you got into
water.
when you got into the blue water, it was significantly colder than near the channels and on the shallower water.
So
To
you
the-
think between the shore and the 10 miles away that the parent horizon seems to be at, you think there's a 10 to 20 degree difference between that within those 10 miles?
Yeah, could easily.
Well, I don't believe that. I'd have to see some kind of measured temperature, but
Cool. So you have the measured
forget about
temperature.
that. Let's just
Awesome.
forget
Let's see it.
about that. We're going to
Oh,
disagree about
wait, hold
that.
on. Do you have the measured temperature?
I don't.
Oh, so why'd you bring it up?
All I have is the same thing as you have, an anecdotal. I've been there, I've surfed there, I've sailed around there. I have the same thing as you as anecdotal evidence.
Right. Oh, you
And-
sailed. What'd you
Yeah.
sail?
I used to have a little 27-foot sloop that was called a feather.
Nice. Do you run a twin foresail on that, or is it just one?
What's that?
Is that a twin foresail or just one?
It was just one. I mean, we could change it. We had jibs and Genoas and spinnaker. We had, different foresails, but no, it wasn't like a cutter. It was just a straight sloop.
Nice.
So what you're saying is that there would be a lot of change in the water temperature between the shoreline there. You're saying up to 20 degrees difference.
Yeah.
Now,
easily.
what about the air? Would there be a lot of difference in that air temperature
Probably.
between the shore and way out there to the Channel Islands?
Most likely. You got a lot of change in the humidity conditions. You got the wind coming off. Judging from the waves out there, there was quite a bit of wind, so I would say there was a significant change to the weather.
So what you're saying is that like right by the shore there, because of the water temperature and the different air temperatures, you have a different refractive index right by the shore than you do out by the apparent horizon, huh? And all along through there's going to be changes, huh? In the temperatures and everything's going to be all screwed up, huh?
you would have a lot of refractive indexes that you'd have to go through, and they would be constantly changing.
But we really haven't nailed down whether there actually is that much difference in temperatures, have we? We haven't proven that, have we?
No, because unfortunately, you don't actually have the temperature measurement.
Neither do you, huh?
I have temperature measurements for other observations. Would you
You
like
don't
to
have
see
them
some
right
of my
there.
temperature measurements? Mine are inside, so they're always 72 degrees.
Okay, I was just trying to use a black swan. We were discussing the black swan.
Right, you were, but you were also discussing how you didn't have the temperature measurements.
Right. I admit that. I'm not saying that
Right.
I did have the temperature measure. I'm saying that
Right,
neither of
and
us
then
have them. So we
we
don't really
and
know
we
what the refractive index is there.
right, and we
don't.
agreed there's probably lots
Say
of
we-
refractive indexes, and as it was very chaotic as showed in the video, rather than just the screen grab, right?
Now, why would you say it was chaotic?
Because that's what was shown in the video.
Like be specific.
The horizon was going up and down, and the apparent position of the objects were moving all over frame, both left and up and down, as well as being jostled left and right. There was quite a long video. Did you not watch it?
Yeah, could someone pull that up?
Haven't you
I
done your
can't.
research?
I'm technically not capable of it. Could someone pull up the video that the black swan came from?
Good luck. Most flat earthers don't know about it. They believe that it was a picture.
No, I mean, can someone bring the video up and we can look at it and see the chaos? Can you do that? Are you capable of bringing up the black swan, the video of it?
No, I'm on my phone. Can you?
I think I can. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, I can. I'm not technically capable of it. I'm a boomer and I'm just lost. I barely could get into this room. I swear it was a miracle that I got in here.
You know how
So
I know?
how did you get into flat Earth? Like what positive or evidence for flat Earth convinced
Wait,
you?
let's not go. Let's stay with this black swan here for.
Okay, we're not going to go positive evidence. Okay.
Aiken said he could bring one up.
Cool. So you want to talk more about refractive indexes and how they can change throughout a video?
I want to see the chaos.
Yeah.
You said there was a bunch of chaos in the video.
Right. Have you never watched extreme zoom the horizon? It usually goes up and down throughout the day. Skunk Bay time lapse, that one shows the apparent position changing by 15-20 feet.
Yeah, I've seen that. You're right.
Yeah.
Hey, I posted a posted a video on Livestream text.
Now, that's a different one than the traditional black swan, isn't it? I mean, that's not the one that QE used, is it? This is a different day, isn't it?
Well, that's the one I found the link for.
And
I think it's from the same YouTube channel. Let me see.
The one QE uses, he has butchered and taken all the information out of, as well as recropped the photo.
So, is there any way to run the video? Oh, I can push this and look at the video right here. Can I? I can. Okay.
But anyway, before you go away and go watch it, watch that on your own time. What positive evidence got you for flat Earth? Thank you, Bacon. Appreciate you finding that.
I'm looking at this video. I'm looking at this video. I can't really play it right now, but could look at it on my own time. But I don't really see much chaos there in that picture anyway. The impossibly geometric. What chaos are you talking about?
If you watch through the viewfinder, the refraction will cause the horizon to rise and fall, as well as the objects will move in frame. This is
Okay.
the chaos as the refractive indexes are changing and fluctuating.
Okay, I've never really noticed this chaos you're talking about before, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
But you
mute
have noticed
myself.
it because you talked about Skunk Bay time lapse. You're like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I
Same
know
chaos,
I've seen
same noise.
I've seen the rise and fall in the Skunk Bay, but I've never seen that in this video here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to watch this video and look for the chaos that you're talking
Well,
about.
hey, before you go away, what positive evidence got you into flat Earth?
Now, I originally just wanted to talk about refraction, not because I want to argue about it. I don't really have any point to try to make here. I'm just trying to learn more about it. Okay? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute myself and I'm going to watch this video and I'm going to look for that chaos that you're talking about, okay? And I'll come back. I'm sure you'll be around. You're around here all the time.
Sure.
Okay. See you in a few minutes.
Sorry, didn't mean to send him away to do homework.
Well, I'm building a moon landing simulator here.
I'm
2D
sorry, did you
one.
say you're building a moon landing?
Yeah, well, we were having a conversation yesterday about moon landing.
Yeah.
The descent part, like how if there would be any issue with the gravitational influence of the Earth when the moon, the module was trying to land. And what you were saying is that influence from the Earth to the module when it was trying to land on the moon was pretty much ignorable. But they were arguing otherwise, that if the module isn't exactly orbiting the moon, then it wouldn't be able to follow the moon around the Earth and would be left behind by the moon. So I decided to just run a simulation, because if we're just debating about it, then it's we trying to think about it and think about the implications of physics, and they trying to think about it and get to their own implications of physics. But a simulation is unbiased, right? It's just going to apply the rules of physics and see what happens.
All right. So, see how well I remember KSP. Is it
Remember what?
the orbit is determined around which body has gravitary dominance? So you would have to be. You have to be like a third of the way back to Earth before Earth would take dominance over the moon. And you
Yeah,
just
wow.
back to the moon.
Here's the thing, like the gravitational acceleration towards the Earth is still significant. But at the same time, it's pretty much the same acceleration at the module and at the moon. So even that acceleration kind of cancels out.
Right. Yeah, of course it does. That.
Yeah. So I mean, I just want to be sure with the simulation, because I was pretty confident that that's what should happen given Newtonian rules. But I think it's a more fair argument if I run a simulation with Newtonian rules.
At what distance above the moon is that no longer true?
I'm not sure what is no longer true.
That Earth would no longer have the gravitational what is the gravitational effect?
Yeah, well, it always has.
It always does, but what is it called when you take priority, dominance, the primary. There we are.
But I'm not sure how to trace the line. What would be the criteria to trace the line? If you can tell me a criteria, maybe I can get you an answer. Like if I drop something between the Earth and the
Right.
Moon, it falls back
So
to Earth instead of.
if something spontaneously came into being with no acceleration, at what altitude away from the moon would the moon no longer be the direction of down? And it would then be the Earth.
I think that depends on what side of the Moon it is, and what's the
Assuming we're
speed of
facing,
it.
assuming we were facing Earth and it had zero acceleration, it just spontaneously comes into being.
Right? Yeah, it has zero acceleration, but does it have zero velocity too?
Yes, zero velocity. Yeah.
And in which reference frame does it have zero velocity? Because if you have zero velocity, for example, in the frame of reference of the Moon,
Oh,
the Moon,
good question.
right? And for example, if you say, well, in the reference frame of the Moon, there's
Right.
there's still two possibilities. Are we considering the rotational frame of reference of the Moon that rotates with the Moon, or a stationary one, like a non-inertial one that doesn't rotate with the Moon? Each one would give you different outcomes, So it's not easy. It's not as easy as it might sound.
And this is why I come to these rooms. It's so we can have conversations like this and I can realize that I'm dumb.
Fair enough. Yeah, man, I
That's a
enjoyed
really
that
cool
too.
thought.
Like when, sorry,
No, say it again.
I was just gonna say I also enjoy like when a subject that you think is interesting and you realize there's a lot you're missing, and it makes it like 10 times more interesting.
Mhm.
But I think you might be being too much confrontational with Barrel Rider.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like I think he's just trying to get our side, not really trying to argue for any particular case. Like I'm not sure. I don't think he's trying to make a flat Earth case. He's just trying to get what our side is.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I appreciate the note. I will stand down.
I know. I think you can. I mean,
No,
both
I
can
know.
probably have very good conversations. Just I think would be maybe more projective if it, just take that into account.
Noah's just turned into such a shouty little.
Yeah, no, it's
Really,
really annoying me these last interactions that I had with him.
like we used to be able to have conversations, but now he just shouts.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it.
All right, I gotta go let the dog out. Have a
All
good
right.
one.
Nice talking to you.
You
Yeah. Anyone here?
Bacon, are you still there?
I am still here.
I looked at that video you gave me. Thanks for doing that.
You're welcome.
And it's not the video that has the the infamous black swan. It's a different day, huh?
Yeah, I think so. But that's the one I found.
Right. But what I looked at that video, and he does show, he does put it in motion. You get to see in that video, you get to see, real live action video, not just a picture,
Hmm.
you can see some refraction there. Definitely, there's the lights are kind of twinkling. It almost looks like it. Looking that far, it almost looks like everything's sort of almost like it's underwater or something. You know what I mean? How it waves around.
Hmm.
Everything's kind of like moving all around.
Yeah, there's fluctuation, right? In the
Right, right. But I mean, basically, like when you look at the pilings, you look at those the booms that they have on there, and you look at the horizon. Those lines are all pretty stable. You know what I mean?
Mhm,
Waver a little bit.
mhm,
When I hear the globe Earth argument for the refraction causing that horizon to be 10 miles further than it should be, with the equations Earth curvature, don't really
mhm.
see the kind of refraction would make a horizon move 10 miles. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not sure if I understand what you're trying to get to.
What I'm saying is, you do see refraction in the video. You see some refraction. You see the lights kind of shimmering and things shimmering, but it's not to the refraction that you see in the video is not indicative of the kind of refraction it would take to move a refraction a horizon 10 miles further than it should be. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. So when you see that those lights twinkling and waving, uh, my guess is that there's like pockets of air that have different or temperature densities or something like that
Right,
between you and the and then certainly those pockets of air are not going to cause horizon to be much further and causing like a looming and things like that. I
right.
don't think that's what is causing the refraction that explains the horizon being further than the platforms. I think you can have uh, a, the stable gradient where the atmosphere is denser in the bottom and it get less dense as you go higher. And at the same time, you can still have fluctuations within that gradient. So if you had no fluctuation in the lights, let's say the gradient is perfectly uh, consistent. So the light, those lights aren't wavy, they aren't twinkling. They're they're as clear as if they were close to you. That can still be loomed up if there is a gradient of refraction there. Um, so I don't think seeing one means the other isn't there. To me, they could easily it's easily something that can be happening. Like you can easily have the two effects at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, but you can see the refraction that's making lights twinkle.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's really evident, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
it's
think
really
that's
evident.
just that's just because the uh, refractive index like isn't perfectly consistent, so it varies along the way from you towards the platforms.
Okay, I totally agree with you. There's a different
Hmm.
refraction index that's little pockets of air, like you're saying, different humidity and all those little things are causing a refraction of causing those lights to twinkle, huh?
Hmm. And if at the
Everything.
same time, if it, at the same time overall those pockets of air that are closer to the bottom, closer to the water, are denser than the ones at the top, then they would be loomed up and the horizon would be further. Uh,
Right, but you don't really see that, do you? You're just speculating that it's moving the horizon 10 miles.
Yeah, but that's what would be to how would it be to see that? How would you see that?
That, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is there any like proof for that? I mean, you can
Oh
and
no,
I
I don't
agree with
have
you.
no.
I agree with you that a denser medium, at the bottom, and a less dense medium as you go up, and then you've got pockets, in between that. You don't really see that moving horizon, so you just see a twinkling effect with that.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
can't really say that.
So go ahead.
You can't really point at anything in those videos and say, look, the horizon has moved 10 miles. Like if he had done a time lapse, set the camera up all day, and then he had at one point you see the horizon in front of the oil derricks. And then at another time you see it behind the oil derricks. Then you could say, yeah, there's definitely refraction causing that. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Hmm.
Just like at Skunk Bay, you can definitely see there's refraction, but it's not moving a horizon 10 miles further than it should be. Am I missing something there?
Well, just to respond to what you said in the beginning, like I'm not saying there is evidence or there's any something in particular that is indicating that refraction is making the horizon further and is looming up the platforms. I'm just saying what I think can be happening. I'm not really arguing that there's evidence that that's what's happening. Um, but the observation you mentioned about putting a camera there, sitting all day, and seeing conditions in which the horizon is behind it and conditions in which the horizon is on front of it, and how it goes from one to the other. I think that would be great observation. Uh, but like I don't have that observation, and I also don't think I can give you good evidence that what I'm saying is what's going on. I'm just speculating.
Right, but there is evidence. How there's those other black swans where the horizon or something is blocking part of the oil platforms, huh? It looks like what it's doing is there's waves in the way, huh? Some days when there's less waves or more waves. The pictures that I'm talking about where they've taken pictures of those oil platforms, and the horizon is actually blocking some of the oil, the bottoms of the oil platforms.
Right, but like if you're higher than the waves, then
That-
they obstruct less and less in the distance. They only obstruct like more and more if they're higher than you, if they're bigger than you. So I don't think
right.
waves can explain that.
If your camera, like, he puts his camera down like 1 foot height.
Oh, in that case maybe. But if the camera is somewhere like in that video, um,
Here we got some pictures.
Hello, gentlemen.
Jesse posted
hey
those.
Jesse, what's up? Oh, Jesse came to rescue me.
And some days, they look. So there is evidence of something going on, some obstruction happening. These pictures, like that one oil platform, you can barely see it. I
Right.
wonder did he give the height to that one, Jesse? The one on the bottom there, the one that's really obscured.
No, I couldn't find that.
I wonder what height he's taking that.
Oh, his observer height is 76 feet above sea level, mean sea level.
That bottom one.
Yes, on all three.
Oh, he's at the same spot.
He goes, well, yeah, and those are three platforms at different distances on the same day, at the same time.
So what's he showing is the horizon's moving all around all over the place, huh?
No, he's showing that the habitat at 10 miles out is right at the horizon, where the globe model predicts it would be for a 76-foot observer. platform Grace, which is 20 miles out, is like significantly hidden, but still a lot shows. And then platform Gale, which is 25 miles out, is almost entirely obscured bottom up. All on the same day at the same time. But you were talking about, taking a time lapse. He sort of did that, but he said he went as often as he could during a 3-month period. So like, I don't know how many days out of those 3 months he went, but he went a lot of days. He said most of the time the view was like this, there was a sharp horizon line, the close one was at the horizon line and the others were beyond it and sunk down. But he said a couple of the days or whatever, things were different, and that's when he got the ones where you could see forever and the booms were all scrunched up and stuff. So he did it from the exact same spot of the exact same oil platforms. So he kind of showed that the horizon can move. I'll paste the link to the video that I took those screenshots from, because he shows both conditions in that video.
Right, and so the most amount of refraction is the time when you can see the furthest, huh?
Well, that's not the globe theory, and it's actually counterintuitive because. You mean furthest as in clarity, or farthest before reaching the horizon?
Well, like in the original Black Swan picture where you see the horizon beyond the oil platforms, what
Right.
you would say there is that is the time when there's the most refraction, huh?
Yes, exactly. That's what I would say.
So the further you can see, that's indicative of more refraction.
Yes.
Okay. And less refraction, you can't see as far.
Correct. Well, you can't see. You can't see beyond the horizon. Isn't as far. You can still see far if something's above the horizon, like the tops of the tops of the platforms that stick above the horizon. You can still see them at 125 miles, even on low refraction. You just can't see the bottoms because they're obscured.
Right. So it varies, and the days with really a lot of refraction, you see the horizon far, and on days with less refraction, the horizon's closer. That's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I used to surf around there in the Santa Barbara Channel, and there's buoys out there. Weather buoys that give swell heights, temperatures, water temperatures, all kinds of stuff. I looked that up. If you go to the National Data Buoy Center, you can go to the area of Santa Barbara, and you can real time. This is real time stuff. They show what the water temperatures and stuff are for these different buoys, and they're scattered all over. Some of them are like there's one here right off Point Conception. It looks like it might be, I don't know, halfway out to the Channel Islands. And the air temperature right now is 54 degrees Fahrenheit. The water temperature is 55.2 degrees Fahrenheit. And then there's another one right off the beach. It would look like it would be right about where those Black Swan pictures are taken. And the air temperature is 53.1, pretty close. First one I read was 54.0. This one right by the shore, that is 53.1. It doesn't give a water temperature on that one. Then one that's out past the Channel Islands is water temperature 56.1. So very close, within like 2 degrees difference. Air temperature 54.1. So they're all very close. That guy I was talking to before, he was saying that those temperatures could vary as much as 20 and 30 degrees. Here's another one. Water temperature 57.9. That's a little south of the Channel Islands, probably more out straight out from like Santa Monica. Then here's another one out past the Channel Islands. Water temperature 56.7. And then there's another one here between about halfway between the land and the Channel Islands. Water temperature 56.3. So all those temperatures are within like 2 or 3 degrees of each other. That guy, who was that guy I was talking to before? The guy that sailed all over the whole world?
Oh, Protothad, probably, or Witsit.
No.
Oh,
Who's
it's
that guy?
sailed the whole world?
He said he sailed all around the world, and who was that guy I was just talking to before? Who said he had to go?
Oh, Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid, yeah. He was saying that the water and air temperatures between, from the shore to 10 miles out would vary 20 to 30 degrees. And that's what would cause all that refraction. I just wanted to show him that you can look at buoys, and that's not the case. Those air and water temperatures are very stable in that area. I mean, anywhere from right against the shoreline to out 10, 20 miles, they're within 1 or 2 degrees of one another. Air and water temperature. Just as a side point. Now, I had another question about refraction. And the black swan picture where the how the booms are really like warped by some kind of refraction.
Uh-huh.
How the rest of the picture, like the pilings for the oil rigs, look nice and straight. The horizon looks straight. Most of it looks very straight, but right on those booms, it's like really out of whack. They're all bent and warped and.
Right. So what you have to keep in mind is that the refraction is different at different vertical layers. So something that's vertical, part of it will be stretched vertically and part of it will be shrunk vertically, but because it's already vertical, it stays in a straight line, and so you won't really even notice it unless it's got really distinct markings on it at an even space. You know what I mean? And then something that's horizontal is all the same level, so it'll also be all in the same zone, so it may be raised up more or less than other parts, but since it's horizontal and straight, it stays all within the same zone, so it's all raised the same amount. But something that's diagonal is where it really becomes visible because it's cutting through multiple zones because it's not horizontal, but it's also at a diagonal angle, which allows you to see when one part of it is raised up more than another part of it. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, but what I was thinking about was, how those booms are really warped. You know what I mean? How they're really tweaked. It's like they're kind of like when you look at a road over, like a mirage over a hot road in the desert or something. You see all those waves.
Yeah.
And if you look at that black swan image and draw a line horizontally from where those booms are, across the image to different parts of the image at the same level, those booms can be really tweaked, and yet the other things that are on those oil platforms the same height visually not tweaked like that, are they?
Well, if you look very carefully and compare a picture that's not distorted, you'll see that they're actually are tweaked, but it's just not super obvious because an object may be vertically stretched or vertically shrunk compared to the rest, but it doesn't really show up because you don't know exactly what size it's supposed to be. So if you look,
we do know that those booms are straight.
yes, those booms are straight.
We do know that the rest of the structure, pretty much. I mean, there might be some curves in the structure on those oil platforms might have some curvature to them, but basically those are just, vertical and horizontal lines. They were probably, used levels and plumb bobs to put those platforms up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Did you see that picture I just posted? The windmills?
Hold on, let me get it. Can you post a picture of the original Black Swan picture?
Did you say did I or could I?
Could you?
Say that again, you cut out.
Could you
He's asking you to do
post
it.
a picture of the original Black Swan?
Let me look. I might have that handy. While I look at that, or look for that though, look at the windmill blades. You can see that the windmill vertical booms, they don't look wiggly. I mean, they don't look curvy. The nearly horizontal blades don't look that bad, but the ones that run diagonal are the ones that really show the refraction unevenness.
Yeah, that's really true, isn't it?
And by the way, that's a screenshot out of a John D video.
Why would that be? Why would that why would the diagonal ones be?
So have you messed around with like Photoshop or anything? You know how you
bit.
Okay, you know how you can take an image and stretch it taller, right? Without making it wider.
Huh?
So what if you had a vertical line in that image and you stretched it taller? What you would still have a vertical line, right? It really wouldn't look that different. It would just be taller. And if someone hadn't seen the original, they would have no way of knowing that you had stretched it. And it's the same thing with a horizontal line. If you stretch it vertically, it's still going to be a horizontal line, and someone that comes by later and looks at it is, having not seen the first one, isn't going to know that you actually stretched it. But if you have a diagonal line and you vertically stretch just part of the picture but not the other part, the angle of that diagonal line will change where you stretched it compared to the part you didn't stretch, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I know what you mean, but I can see in this picture that the vertical lines are straight, horizontal lines are straight, and the windmill blades, which are diagonal, are showing a lot of refraction.
Right. Maybe let me explain it this way. Let's say there was a ladder going up one of those vertical pipes, those bases, with even steps on the ladder, rungs. In this picture, some of those rungs would appear closer together and others would appear farther apart. In other words, parts of the picture are vertically stretched compared to other parts. And due to the way geometry works, that only shows up on diagonal pieces, basically.
Why would that be?
Let's see.
Look at that one blade in this picture that you showed me. There's a couple of diagonals that are really perfect.
They're less diagonal. They're more near horizontal, so they don't cut through as many different layers of density gradient.
Okay, so and the ones behind those, the two that are they're about at the same amount of angle, as the ones in the front there. Ones in the back seem to be showing a lot more refraction than the two in the front, which look really straight, huh?
The lower ones are showing more refraction also because there's more refraction at lower areas in this particular picture.
Okay, so do you have that Black Swan image? I just wanted to compare that.
Oh, I'm looking for it.
Another question I had. Okay, well, if you have a fairly, like, what would it take? What kind of a refractive index? There it is. Yeah.
I just found that on Google.
Right. So the ones that are really warped in the Black Swan. Let me see if I can get this a little bigger. Yeah,
I'm gonna
okay.
get it bigger and screenshot it for you. Hold on.
I've got one. I mean, I've got a really good one here. So the booms are really, look at the boom on the platform habitat. On platform habitat, center boom, which is going out to the left, is really warped. The one down lower to the left is really, really warped too.
Yeah.
And then, like in showing in those windmill photos, then all the verticals and horizontals look really straight. Now,
Right, but
and when you look at Platform Hill House, it's got some. It's closer, so it's not, it's not going to show as much refraction, I guess, because it's closer. I mean, it could, because there could be weird air between the
right.
camera and that.
Yeah, but look at the boom coming off the right side of it.
Yeah, that one looks really tweaked, and then the one up high doesn't look tweaked.
Yeah. So I just sent another picture. It's a side by side with the one you're looking at, and a low refraction day picture to compare to. And I think you can see the difference there. That you can see that the whole platform is distorted. You just don't realize it because it's all square angles instead of diagonals.
Except that there are some diagonals in that one on the right, huh?
Yes, but they're not distorted because that was a low refraction day. But look at the helipad on habitat and compare that on the refraction and the low refraction day. Do you see how much proportionally taller the helipad is on the left than it is on the right-hand version of habitat?
Where is the heliopad on that?
That's like that gooseneck, that platform that sticks up on the right end of the platform. Actually, I can edit this to do a better side by side. Hold on. There, try that. I got just platform habitat and I put them side by side.
Okay, the one you posted before, the one up above it.
Uh-huh.
At 824. The bottom two, are they taken from the same camera height?
They're supposed to be. I've found these on the internet.
So you think that the one on the left, the Black Swan picture on the left, which I think he said he took that from like 1 foot, right down on the beach for that one.
I think that is the claim. I don't know I never met the guy who done it. I never talked to him, so I don't really know, but
When you watch the video, he moves, you know, I mean, he shows you where the camera's at. I mean, it's almost in the water.
Right, yeah.
And then this one on the right, is that, you think that one's taken from 1 foot too?
I don't know. I don't think so, because it doesn't look like there's much refraction going on. But again, I wasn't there. If I were to try to take something from 1 foot around here during non-refractive, non-excessively refractive conditions, I wouldn't see that much because it would be cut off way at the bottom. The one on the right more matches the shots that the other guy provided from 74 feet up.
Yeah, so the one down below that you have, that one was taken, the one on the left is the original Black Swan picture, and that's taken from like 1 foot, and then the one on the right is, you don't know what that one is either, do you?
What's that?
You don't know what the height of the camera was on the one on the right in the bottom picture that you laid there.
No, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. Here's the point I'm trying to make, so follow with me. Do you see that helipad now? The thing that platform that sticks up on the right of the platform habitat?
Okay, yeah.
And you can see on the left, it's stretched much taller compared to the whole length of the ship, or the platform, right? But that's not how it really is. If you were to go out there with a dinghy and get it close up and take a picture, you'd see that it actually matched the right-hand picture, not the left-hand picture. See, the platform in the right-hand inset is about as high as it is wide, right? It's like a cube.
Yeah.
But if you look on the left hand, it's actually vertically stretched significantly, so its aspect ratio is off. Because it has vertical sides, we don't notice it, but if we actually compare the size, we can tell that the whole platform is being distorted, vertically stretched in various ways, or in various amounts at different heights.
Okay, yeah. Seems true. So there's definitely refraction there in that.
Yes, there is indisputably refraction, and it's not even the same at different heights. There's different amounts of refraction at different heights, basically.
Right. And that would make sense. Now, what we were
Oops, he's gone. Oh, his web browser must have dumped him. Oh, are you back? There you are. Say that again. You cut out.
Yeah, we were talking about different, why refraction is caused by different temperatures of water and air and humidity and all those things. Now, I looked at those buoys, and the temperatures vary like 2 to 3 degrees between the buoys that were close to the beach and the ones that are like 10, 20 miles out. Water temperature and the air temperatures were about the same too, about 2 to 3 degrees difference between them there in that Santa Barbara channel that I was looking at. Is that enough variation if you were to calculate it using that 7/6R or whatever, however you would calculate? Is that enough temperature variation to cause a horizon to be moved 10 miles in our vision, you think?
So it's not the difference between the two locations at the water's surface. It's the difference between the water and the air 2 meters above, or whatever, the water's surface. It's the temperature. It's the temperature change along the vertical axis that creates that. And the official numbers are like 0.13 degrees per meter. So if the air was 0.13 degrees warmer than the water and you were at 1 meter height, then that would be enough according to the official math.
So you could, with just what did you say, 1.3 degrees?
No, 0.13 roughly.
With 0.13 degrees difference in temperature between the ocean and the air, the horizon could be moved visually 10 miles.
Yes. Well, any distance. That's the point of where the light path would curve equal to Earth curve. So, like, that would be, if it was that way, if it was that same gradient for hundreds of miles, basically, you wouldn't really see a horizon. It would just kind of fade off into the distance due to the haze. You couldn't actually see a line. And in fact, that's kind of what you see in that Black Swan image I posted that showed the bent up cranes. There really is not a distinct water line. It just keeps going and keeps going until finally the haze has blocked out so much light you can't see any farther.
Yeah, you could argue that there's a horizon there, though.
Well, not exactly. I mean, let's say it was just a nice super foggy day and you could see the water out 100 feet in front of you, but you couldn't see the water any farther. The horizon's not at 100 feet. That's not the horizon. You just can't see it. You couldn't see the horizon because the fog would totally block all the light coming from the horizon, and you just couldn't see it because it would be obscured by the fog, right?
Right.
So if the horizon is, say, 500 miles out due to refraction, and the haze only lets you see 100 miles out, you won't see the horizon. It'll just fade off, and then there will be a point where you won't be able to see any discernible water anymore. But the actual horizon would be beyond that.
Right.
It's kind of a definition thing, but because
right, so it's just apparent.
Right, the definition is based on that line between the water and whatever's beyond the water, basically. So if you can't even see that line where they join, then you're not seeing the horizon. You're just seeing the haze in front of the horizon. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah. Can you go up to 7:42 p.m.? It can post another picture of a blue black swan.
42.
7:42.
Who posted it?
Aiken.
Okay, am I in your same time zone?
Yeah, I think you're in Washington, aren't you?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
What was it? 7:42. Oh, Bacon. Okay. Oh, it's a YouTube. Okay, yeah.
So in this picture we have horizon, well past, like, what does it say? Impossible geometric globe horizon at 10.10 miles. And in this picture, we see a definite horizon.
Right. So what I had said earlier was that if that refractive conditions was the same out to 500 miles, then you wouldn't see the horizon if the haze only let you see to 100 miles. But what happens is the sun warms the trees and stuff up a lot faster than it warms the water up. The land, the buildings, the whatever. So a lot more hot air forms over land masses, and then that can slide out over the ocean and create a strong density gradient because the air is warmer than the water, but it only creates that density gradient as far as it slides out. So at 50 miles or whatever, there may not be the same density gradient that is closer than 50 miles. So that would cause the light rays to bend with the Earth for 50 miles, and then when they went into the air which didn't have that density gradient, then they would just go essentially straight, and that's where your horizon would appear, basically. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. This picture that Bacon posted. So what we have is we have a horizon that's at least 10 miles out. We're seeing a apparent horizon about 10 miles out, and we are seeing a little bit of refraction on the oil platforms, but not nearly as much as in that other black swan.
Right. That is a lovely picture, and yes, that's true. Refraction does not have to be inconsistent. You can have consistent refraction. If your density gradient is consistent throughout, then it simply raises everything up and it doesn't cause distortion. And you wouldn't even necessarily know that it was being raised up unless you measured the angle to it with a correct measuring tool of some sort. It's only when you have different amounts of refraction all in the same scenery. If the whole scenery is affected by the same amount of refraction, then it just moves the whole image up and you wouldn't know. And I have that on film.
So in this, when you look at the video of this, well, what I wanted to say was that the original black swan showing a lot of like bent booms and stuff like that, and the horizon is still out past 10 miles. In this one that we're looking at, that Bacon, that looks like it must be early in the morning, huh? It might be sunset, but it looks like sunrise to me. But in that one, there's very little of that, bendy refraction on the cranes and stuff like that. If you watch that whole video, he zooms in on, there is some refraction in there, but it's not nearly as much, but the horizon is still way out there.
Well, it's
as far and really definite too. We got a real definite horizon in that one.
Right. So the definite horizon would be where the extreme density gradient ended, and then it just light went back to its normal, nearly straight path. It wouldn't be curving around the Earth anymore. So that's where the horizon would appear wherever the density gradient ended.
So you're saying that it's only doing it to a certain distance, and then there's no more of that gradient, and so there's no more refraction. So we're seeing that nice horizon out there. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That where you see the horizon line, that's where the strong refraction zone ends. And beyond that, it's just normal optics without refraction. But
so,
go ahead.
That kind of doesn't make sense, though, does it?
Yes. If you were to go take an optics class, then it would make absolutely perfect sense. Or if you were just to get some lenses and play with them and stuff, or even just like a fish tank and some salt water in it or something.
But how would you prove that? I mean, how would you prove that? Oh, you're saying that beyond those cranes, there's no more refraction. Is that what you're saying? That beyond those cranes, there's a lot of retraction between the camera and the platforms, but beyond the platforms, there's no refraction? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's no extreme refraction.
I see.
I mean, you would have to, I guess you'd have to go out there with a speedboat and measure the temperature gradient along the way, or shoot a super focused laser beam or something. But I mean, it's highly plausible because we do know that trees and grass and houses heat up from sunlight a lot more than ocean water does. So we know that the hot air from the land masses does slide out over the water. So it seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, it is reasonable that warm air would slide over out, but we don't know how far that would go out. It would just be, and like you said, unless we took a speedboat or something out there. We do have the buoys, which give us those readings, which vary a couple degrees.
Right.
In either direction. There is some variance in the temperatures out there. So, it is possible what you're saying.
You guys are talking about the land mass has air that flows over into the water, but correct me if I'm wrong, but every time I've been to the beach, the wind was blowing from the water to the land, and you could feel the wind hitting your face in the same direction the waves were going. Is that always the same? Is that always like that?
No, there's what's called diurnal. There's a diurnal pattern, and in the mornings when the land is cooler than the water, the wind will blow what they call offshore winds from the land into the water. And then as the land heats up in the afternoon, the air is drawn from the ocean over to the land to cool the land.
Please continue. Sorry I interrupted. Please continue.
I posted a picture for you, Beryl, at 50 past the hour, 8:50.
Trying to get there.
Okay, now take your time.
Looks to me like the hot day is causing obstruction from the bottom up.
No, there's no obstruction in either of these pictures. This is too close. But let me know.
Why does the water appear higher on the left?
Let me know when you've found that picture there, Beryl, and then I'll answer you both at once.
I've got it.
Okay, so now you can see we've got this quaint little, possibly antique lighthouse. You can pay like $2,000 for the privilege of going out and living out there for a week. It's like a tourist attraction around here. But anyway, so that's the new Dungeness lighthouse, obviously. You've probably seen it, Beryl. Anyway, that left picture was a hot, calm, balmy day. And the entire far shoreline appeared above eye level. I have the crosshairs set exactly straight and level. And that shoreline where the water meets the sand should be below those crosshairs, but it isn't. And you can see that the whole scene is pushed up and vertically shrunk, but it's done so evenly. If I hadn't included that comparison picture to the right, you wouldn't know it. Because, I mean, even the diagonal roofs look pretty straight. Everything looks pretty undistorted, but the whole thing is objectively raised up, way above eye level. On the picture on the right, ignore the crosshairs, that was just a random shot I had from a different day. That's the actual aspect ratio that the buildings should have been. But so anyway, that's what I'm saying is if the refraction is consistent and even, it raises the whole thing up and you won't even necessarily see signs of refraction even when it's objectively there, which you can demonstrate with an auto level or a theodolite or something.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. There is some differences, though.
Oh, absolutely.
There are some differences in, the stretching and compressing, it seems like, between both images.
Right. So what happens is the density gradient is strongest near the water, and so that raises the bottoms of the building up more than the top. But it's a smooth gradient of a gradient. It raises the top a little bit, but the further down you go, the more it raises it, and so that's what squishes it vertically. But if I had just showed you that picture on the left and not the picture on the right, you would not have been able to say, oh, there's definitely something wrong with that. You wouldn't have known. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't really see what you're saying here.
If you didn't know how that building looked, and I hadn't included the picture on the left, I had just included the hot day picture, would you have been able to bet money on telling me that that had refraction and distortion going on to a huge degree?
No,
Without,
without anything to compare it to, you wouldn't you wouldn't be able to tell.
right, exactly. That's my point. So the fact that the oil platform and that black swan that you had me get from Bacon, the fact that it doesn't look particularly distorted doesn't mean that it isn't being raised way up by refraction. It just means it's being raised by a consistent, even refraction. Like the lighthouse is in my picture.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I wish the pictures were more evenly matched. It looks like the
My two pictures?
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not very well matched, and
Yeah, and I tend to,
there are a lot of discrepancies. Like there's a whole lot more land, shoreline between the water and the houses, or the lighthouses, the structures there.
well, if you actually look at it,
I think you're right. I think there's a refraction happening on that hot day picture. There's no doubt about that.
I think everything's visible. It's just squished vertically smaller. I'll open it in my photo editor and see if I can simulate it by just scrunching the other one.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey. Hey, Jesse. Do you know about triangulation?
I think so.
Could you prove, not you personally, but could an individual prove, like I was looking at the Great Land Survey of India, can you prove essentially that the Earth curves by adding up the triangles in a survey of India? Like if you, sorry.
No, that's a good question. All of the great triangulations all tabulate their spherical axis. So yes, and it's all published too.
Now, how do you mean they tabulate their spherical axis?
Excess. Well, I mean, the books are like from the early 1900s, and you can go get PDFs of them for free. They were government issued because the government hired the surveyors and orchestrated the whole thing. The various governments, and they published their books about the surveying job, and they have these long tables in the books that show the angles that they measure between every point and every other point on all the triangulations, at least between their major control points, and they list in those tables in those books that are now available in PDF those spherical excesses that they got or recorded. So if we're to believe that the surveyors were honest and not just like writing up gibberish, then yeah, then pretty much it has to be a globe.
Interesting. Interesting.
Hey, well, Jesse, I gotta sign off here. thanks a lot for entertaining me. Entertaining my questions, and you too, Bacon, if you're still around. And I'll talk to you guys later.
It was fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll drop you some information. Pareidolia? Is that it?
Yeah. I think I looked at one from another one posted. Another person posted, I think yesterday, just a 1900 survey. It was like 900 pages, and
There you go.
thank you.
I am here.
What's up for you?
Hey man, hope you're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
What's the clock where you at?
7 a.m.
All right. It's like 1 past noon here. 1 hour past noon. You went on Nathan Oakley's yet?
Yeah, just real quick. I'm just waiting for some stuff to come in, and then
No
I'm gonna
worries.
go. Yeah, no, I went on there for like 5 minutes one day. Yeah, trying to get some shit straight. I don't understand this argument about the horizontal base over here. It's flat. It doesn't really make sense to me. Might be missing something. He explained it about 4 times. It argued about 50 times. Doesn't make sense. So I don't know if anyone's summarizing it.